hello there. Alright. Are you working? Ah, it is. Alright, cool. Thank you. Sound check. It works. Alright. There we go. Alright, all is well with the world. You can click on whatever you need to click on, dear. Alright. So let's see. Man, what am I doing? It's been a minute. So I need to visit the dwarves. I need to visit Namazu. I think that's it for now. And then I can continue the story. So Namazu, I believe, are right here. Where the story's gonna go? Me too. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, yeah, I want to talk to you right here. I have an award coming.
Can you spare a moment? Just a bit of your time. You see, Hjalmar has given us a gift of persimmons, but they're not just from him. No. They were paid for by many festival participants who wanted to give something to us, the organizers. According to Sagetsu the Enlightened, such gifts traditionally demonstrate gratitude for a fantastic festival, or something like that. I dozed off, to be honest with you. Anyway, I think it would be quite fitting, most proper, to share this gift with everyone who made our festival a success. You will join us, yes? Yes!
Sure.
Thank you. First we will pay a visit to Sadhu in Dathradka. Off we go!
Several quest accepted. Okay, I was going to say, are we going to do this or not? It's just like, I've accepted the quest and then you never see it again. Oh yeah, the raid's pretty cool.
We need to have that as a mount.
This is a mount.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, I am happy about this. Alright.
Her gaze is still most cold, quite fearsome. Is her face stuck that way?
You again. What is it this time?
We are here to express our gratitude, to give thanks for your help with the archery contest. Via these persimmons from Namai, yes.
An odd gesture, but not unwelcome. I will taste this curious fruit. Word of your contest reached my ears. I would have dismissed it as mere rumor, had my warriors not been the ones to deliver it. They said they nearly died of laughter.
I am unsure whether that is a compliment or an insult. Yes, but I am most pleased that you now know of the Namazu.
Nor will we soon forget, stunted Cthulhu as you are. Our youths are eager to attend your festivals. We will entertain them. No, you will entertain them.
Of course. Everyone is welcome. Just come to Daruiro sometime in the next 7 years. We must set off for the Dawn Throne now, or else we will meet again soon. Yes, but we will meet again soon. That's what I mean. Bye, scary lady.
All right, time for the Dawn Throne. This thing makes the cutest sounds.
Yes, it does. Every time I hear it, I have to turn around and look at it.
He's adorable. To our dismay, we've seen the enormous grotesque statue you erected in the cliffs. It displeases us to see such an eyesore, though I will commend your artisan's skill. At least part of that was uncalled for.
At least part of that was uncalled for. How uncivil. Anyway, we come bearing persimmons from Namai, as thanks for your explanation of as in bulk. Yes, yes.
An offering? In that case, I will permit it. The Aranir are always generous to those who pay obeisance. I will overlook your peculiar customs and grant the Namazu permission to hold your festival, at least until we claim victory over the next Nadam. You may deliver the persimmons to Ezugan. He has charge of all culinary matters.
Will do. I am unsure whether we have an agreement or not, but I'm quite satisfied that you at least know of the Namazu.
Indeed. Though at first I found your disfigured forms distasteful, I will allow that you too serve a purpose, not unlike the Zo, as do all the blessings of the steppe. One might be tempted to declare you superior to the Magata, who lack your loquaciousness. Yes, I grant you leave to swear fealty to us as a member of the tribe of the steppes.
Well, the rest of the persimmons are not getting any fresher. We must deliver these and hurry to the mall. Make haste, yes, yes. See you around.
And I'm off as well. Take flight, Zoomy boy. Oh, pardon me, I didn't see you there.
We have come bearing persimmons to thank you for your assistance. We could not have held our festival without the grounds you gave us to us. No, and your insight into horse racing was most appreciated.
She is standing inside of me. My, how thoughtful. Doloriro seems so lively now. The festival must be going well. The children here do so wish to attend.
They are most welcome. And all are free to attend anytime at all, over the next 7 years, and we will all be there.
I look forward to it, and I'm sure the children will be delighted. I admit, I thought it strange that the Ogun spoke of the person resembling a catfish, but I am happy to have met someone so deft of hand.
I am unsure whether you like me for my skill or my flavor. Yes, but I thank you nonetheless. I hope to see you at Doloriro someday.
They're very aware that people want them.
I mean, they do look delicious. Quite delicious. So I made coffee if you'd like coffee. Although I know you need to stab the kitty. Give him his insolence.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm mimicking when I do that. I've heard something that spoke like that. And, yeah. I entertain myself when I do. Still quite early in the morning. My body is recovering from being up super late a couple nights ago, and so it doesn't know what to do with itself right now. Got 4 hours of sleep and had to force myself to get another hour and a half after that. Yes.
I would like to speak to everyone together. Please, wait just one moment. Behold, our majestic creation. So, do you think it's impressive enough? Sufficiently inspiring and awe?
I mean, there's lots of gold. There's lots of fish in there.
I find it curiously comforting. Yes, yes. But of course, what could possibly express the spirit of enlightenment more effectively than an imposing sculpture?
I mean, sure, why not?
Peter, do you think our festival has been meaningful? Worthwhile? Will we be saved from a terrible fate?
I mean, the kami only know.
That is what I worried about, what I feared. But I do not believe it matters, no. No, this festival brought us together, and together we made so many, many things. Meaningful, worthwhile, valuable, mighty words, yes, yes. But I think that is what we do, is what defines us. Crafting, because we want to craft. Gathering, because we want to gather. Even when no one sees its meaning, its worth, its value, we simply do. That's what makes a disciple of creation. Well said, Gyoshin. In fact, the same is recorded in a meditation on metaphysics of merrymaking. In following our heart, we find a freedom, a peace, truer than any other, our own. Oh, Kyofu. Seketsu the Enlightened. Is it really the time for citations? I hope you truly do not imply I'm being pretentious. Nothing could be further from the truth. I was bolstering Gyoshin's confidence by mentioning that I made the same observation in my debut publication, a meditation on the metaphysics of merrymaking. I, too, am following my heart. This is amazing, Seketsu the Enlightened. I hope your heart leads you to summarize, to write succinctly. Oh, I nearly forgot the fifth time. I have something for you. This is deeply significant. A most meaningful bell. I made it for you. With my own two fins, I'm most grateful to everyone. But I'm most grateful to you, Peter.
Oh, thank you.
Our festival would not be the same without you. No, no. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It seems we were well occupied the next 7 years. Yes, yes.
These guys are so weird. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I have a necklace that I can glamour, and it's quite great. And I got lots and lots of materia. Reputation up. Reputation is now increased to Bloodsword. Bloodsword with an Namazu. Experience point bonus upon the completion of Namazu tribal daily quests. I have not. Thank you for the reminder. I would definitely have noticed later. Don't forget your FiberCon, kids. Okay. So next is the dwarves. While you're up, would you mind getting me some water? You don't have to right now. It can be later. Thank you so much, dear. All right. Let's see, what am I doing? Oh my gosh. I have a billion things that have popped up. Almost like I just finished main story quest. I bet I could do that. What? How long were you standing there in silence? Don't you know it's rude to... Wait, aren't you that mortal bonded to Fairul? Well now, isn't this a pleasant surprise? I have a proposal I was meaning to put to you, as it happens. Interested? Sure. To the Skywatchers you see all over. Oh, they're good at what they do. But what they can't tell you is if it's raining or whatever back at the source, no? Thank you, love. Well, with my help they could. Aye, I could cross the rift. See what the mortals' weather is like for myself. Come back and share me knowledge with these mortals by whispering it to them in their dreams. I could do the same for the Skywatchers on the other side, too. Everything would have the oddness, and they wouldn't even know what they'd do with them. Huh, wouldn't that be grand? Your silence is all the approval I need. Off I go. Due to Lord Failed meddling in the dreams of Skywatchers in the Source and the First, Skywatchers will now provide forecasts for every region, regardless of their location. Okay. That works. Hey, I get to ban some folks. I love banning people. It's the best thing. All right. Bethana of the Crystarium Guard has a look of grim determination in their eyes. Excuse me, a word, if you'll be so kind. Sure. We of the Crystarium Guard have a request to make of you. Our researchers are planning to enter the Crystal Tower to learn more of its history. However, there is a problem. Now, what I'm about to reveal is strictly confidential. Were word to get out, panic would spread throughout the citizenry. Our scouts have reported that ferocious beasts and bizarre machines roam the hallways. Until we can eliminate these threats, none may enter. Strange ethereal readings have also been detected, and we suspect that the phenomena are linked. The Exarch has ordered us to seek your aid in making the tower safe for us researchers to go about their work. He mentioned that you are better equipped than most to deal with the dangers that lurk in the tower. We elected not to go into detail. Is this true? Yeah, probably. Then your prior experience will prove beneficial. Come, let us proceed to the entrance. Quest accepted. Minstrel Wanderer. Wait. Aren't you? Yes, I thought so. Peter Krolinski, correct? You've been keeping very busy over the rumors of to be believed. I guess. Why are you standing at me so intently? Pray tell, have I said something to offend you? You can cross the rift. You of all people. Judging by your cryptic comments, I gather I bear a resemblance to someone you know. Can I assume that... I can assure you, we've never met before, you and I. Don't believe me? Then let us be friends. The more you learn about me, the more you'll come to realize how different I am from this other me. I'm a wanderer by trade, but a minstrel at heart. A keeper of tales, a singer of songs, a preserver of forgotten truths. Instead of being a wandering minstrel, this is a minstreling wanderer. Exactly the same as the other guy, just without the glasses.
Oh, different hair.
Mm-hmm. Yet in defiance of my inherent nature, I have elected to remain here for a time and compose new works. You are a traveling sinner. I'm sure you've seen your share of adventures. Such stories often serve as the best sort of inspiration. Perhaps I could persuade you to regale me with one or two. As the sin of the world, you must surely have all manner of exciting experiences to share. I pray you regale me with your finest, that you may inspire me to write a song and shall echo into eternity. Let's talk about that Dania. I'm all ears, Peter. Oh, forgive the expression. Most esteemed of all Fey folk, the venerated ruler of the pixies and the kingdom of rainbows. What tragedy for Titania to go forth in defense of their subjects, only to be corrupted and transformed into that which they fought to defeat. Good morning, CJ! And I also said good morning. A mad monarch, once beloved, then feared, and finally set free. I mean murdered, of course. There, 'tis done, and you shall be the first to hear it performed. The love of the Fey folk, the king fought light and fell, pure spirit corrupted in light, enthralled to light's spell. 4 treasures did lead him to the castle door, 4 treasures did free the king from torment evermore. Yeah, we're into the post climax of Shadowbringers. Okay, you're well into the patch quest now. No, I'm just starting, really. I can only imagine the horror that must have gripped Titania in the moments before transformation was complete, knowing that the very people you had sworn to protect would soon suffer and die by your hand. Yeah, I've been doing this for maybe 30 minutes. Barely started. I've been off stream for over a week at this point. An all too familiar tale to those who have struggled to survive in the wake of the flood. We can hope that the night's return is of comfort to the soul, should some aspect of it endure. At the passing of the light, the Fae now dance beneath starlit skies, where before they mourned, they now rejoice. You made this possible, my friend. I look forward to hearing more of your adventures. The Dancing Plague Extreme, now accessible. All right. As the center of the world, you will surely have all manner of exciting experiences to share. I pray that you regale me with your finest, that it may inspire me to write a song that shall echo into eternity. Let's talk about innocence.
So you're being called a sinner instead of an adventurer.
That's correct. You have a tale for me, my friend? Sure, let me tell you all about my adventures. The benevolent Savior, who would lord over paradise itself, the only ruler fit for a stagnant monument to hedonistic excess, Lord Volthrey. But of course he would claim the title of innocence for himself in the end. I cannot speak to whether or not he was a monster as a child, but I can sing of his monstrous deeds and what became of him as a man. Growing beautiful, truly an unforgivable sin. Beneath blinding skies, the Lord of Light reigns supreme. From his lofty perch to floating fortress, he retreats to plotted scheme. Heavenly exile, born of man and sin, embrace your ascension and fall, warden resplendent, in vain pursuit of perfection. Though he summoned every ounce of his strength as the champion of light, in the end Volthrey was no match for the warriors of darkness. He wouldn't be the first to cloak himself in the trappings of righteousness. They're too common by half, some even might say. Nonetheless, I hope his example serves as a reminder of what evil men may do in the name of so-called good. You and yours did well to lay him low. No doubt you will confront other villains in the days ahead, and I should be most eager to hear your full account after. Crown of Immaculate Extreme, now accessible. As the center of the world, you must surely have all manner of exciting experiences to share. I pray you regale me with your finest, that it may inspire me to write a song that shall echo into eternity. Let's talk about Hades. Hades, I've traveled countless lands and heard innumerable tales, and yet that name is unfamiliar to me. Pray, tell me more. Sure, once upon a time, I forgot the rest. The very man who flooded the world in light, and its extinction might bring about the rejoining ye sought. An Asian, who lived 1,000,000 lives in pursuit of this single-minded goal until he fell at your hand. There's a part of me that cannot help but feel as if it is not my place to tell this man's story, to sing of the ambitions that spurred him to wreak such wanton destruction, and those that compelled you to see that his dream would die in vain. And yet, if you'll permit me a moment's indulgence and a measure of poetic license, I will grace your ears with a tune. I call it the Requiem for a Hero. A hero? I don't know if hero is the right word. his homeland lust and memory, though aeons did he strive. Dark masks he wove. I keep messing up these words. Dark masks he wore, fell plots he hatched, and kept vain hope alive, until the end, that fateful day, when shadow clashed with light, true name revealed his dying wish, remember us as we fade into night. A most challenging subject to put into words indeed, and yet I can take some small solace in knowing that the eternity of the tale, the entirety of the tale, with all its tragic and terrible glory, will live on without you. Or within you. Whatever. I must say I find it quite fascinating how this MXL chose to reveal his true name on the verge of the battle, which would prove to be his downfall. I'm reminded of the Knights Blessed, have a similar tradition, in which they conceal their true names outside of rare occasions, such as funerals. What significance might the act of announcing his true name might have carried for him? A matter to ponder, perhaps, should you wish to fully grasp the nature of your foe in the shadow of your light.
If I'm a light, I thought I was the shadow. This world is so confusing.
Hades Elegy. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Well, of course, your girl just embraces Shadow. I gotta say, it's kind of awesome that my guy is like 100% light and your girl is 100% shadow. That's kind of amazing. One of the Castarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you. What is this? Finished all of the role quests for Shadowbringers yesterday? Nice. Ah, Pieter, have you seen Rin? She was looking for you.
Not really.
Wait here, I'll go and get her. Or whatever that symbol thing was. I don't know, she'll plunder the whole orb you're holding. Or not, as the case may be. Hey there, Rin. There you are. Truth is, I need your help.
Okay, what do you need?
Now, hold on. I haven't even told you what it is yet.
Yeah, but I just like helping people.
After you defeated MXL, I sent a strong concentration of light somewhere far to the south, in the empty, the lands once swallowed by the flood.
Oh?
I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tancred, Oriange, and I have a few theories that we plan to test out once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with me? Will you come with us?
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Aether has been rebalanced now.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Peter. That means a lot. First of all, let's head to the derrick at Amak Arand. Thancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now.
Sure.
Oh, yes. Lots of blood.
I've tried so hard to get that business lined up for her, but I can't make it.
I think there's a way to do it we haven't unlocked.
Actually, I remember now. I did. You have to jump from the bridge walk up there.
Up there, yeah.
And just jump down.
Yep. That's not a thing I'm going to be doing.
It did take me a few times to get it.
Okay, so all of those have been done, so we just need this at this point.
Hey there, Bethana. I take it your preparations are complete. Listen carefully. You're to lead a party of elite troops into the tower and respond to any hostility with lethal force. Once the way is clear, the researchers can begin the expedition. Our main objective is to identify the source of the ethereal disturbance. The tower cannot be considered safe until we do. Should you encounter any opposition in your capabilities, you'll withdraw immediately. I wish you the best of luck.
The twinning is now accessible. Well, need to be level 80 to do that. And in fact, I think I've exhausted everything I can do at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the dwarf thing activated. Activate dwarf plot. And when I'm done activating the dwarf plot... Oh, you know what? I should have bought some stuff in the Namazu before I left. Darn it. Okay, I'll do that. Classes, are you level 80 in? Barely anything, man. Here. I have level 80 in Dancer. Carpenter, Leatherworker, Weaver, Culinary, and Botanist. So hardly any of the jobs. And that's what I'm working on off stream. I'll be doing that again today. Just trying to level up all of those other characters with little missions. So if you're free this afternoon, that's probably what I'm going to be doing. Trying to get all of my jobs up to that level. Most of them are at level 77 or thereabouts. And while I'm here, I guess I could do this. Since this is an experience bonus, and that's what I need right now. I really have not done any of these kind of missions yet. The fate. I haven't done any fate for that. You get for doing the fate expansion if you unlock it. Yeah, the crystals. Like the bi-crystals, I think they're called. Oof. Alright. Speeding truth is one of the things you can get. Nice. Yeah, I've given up on mount speed increase, actually. I thought they just didn't have that in this expansion. Success. Like a gem vendor in the zone, you should be able to purchase it. Yep. Yep. I've talked to all about the gem vendors. Like everywhere I go, I just never bothered to fight the fates because they just seemed like kind of a waste. However, while I'm trying to level up, it is what I need to do. Like Monk? Yeah, Monk's fun. I like being able to do a lot of damage, and it fits with Peter's story because monks being like priests or whatever, it kind of meshes. So yeah, that's the main reason I did it. Low voice. Oh, this is right. It's time to work on the most interesting part of the Roland tanker's design, the cannon. Me and the others have a few things to go over first, so come and join us in the usual place. All right. This looks like it's going to end in a mount, and I'm very excited about that. But those blasted sin eaters won't even get a chance to test their defenses if we blow their heads off first. That's why we need a cannon. The bigger, the better. Of course, if there's no sin eaters back in Watt's time, but from a bit of Thal ingenuity. Hold it right there. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your secrets? And why did you even invite me to this meeting in the first place? Well, you want me to finish building these tanks, don't you? Our reasons might be different, but we're working toward the same goal. Yeah, besides, you've already built a brewery, the ethanol mill, and shared a bunch of your secrets with us. You're on board now, whether you like it or not. I didn't agree to become one of your lackeys. I come and go as I please. And how do you know all this stuff about sin eaters and some elaborate ruse? We could be building the war machines to attack Kamra. Well, we weren't planning to, but now that you mention it. Tank with frickin' lasers. Exactly, baby. Azak, that's a little claptrap, and you know it. If we wanted to invade Kamra, it'd be as easy as snatching the helmet off a baby. And we wouldn't need no tanks, neither. We just want to help people, that's all. Ain't I right? Yeah. That's all very noble, I'm sure. But I'm only here for one thing. Watt's hammer. If getting my hands on that means I have to help your idiotic plan, well, then so be it. Idiotic? That's rich coming from you. Maybe you should wait until I've finished explaining about the cannon before you start judging. All right. Well, what is your brilliant plan? And then we do the hokey pokey. You mean you just say sin eaters won't run away even if they're injured? What's beard? What have we gotten ourselves into? Why injure them when you can kill them outright? They won't be getting up again if you blast them to smithereens. Nice bit of gunpowder should do the trick, but I wouldn't trust Thals not to blow yourselves to bits in the process. Peter, you've had sin eaters, haven't you? Got any suggestions? Double tap the head. Oh yes, a beam of pure energy. It'll look pretty too. So we can destroy sin eaters and look good while doing it? Well, it's got my vote. The only method I could think of would be to charge a crystal with aether and then release it all in one go. Though I hate to say it, it's rather outside of my field of expertise. Why don't you ask that Lafayette lady at Clearmount? She used to be an engineer. It's worth a try, I guess. I'd feel a lot better if you came with me, a moral support like. To tell the truth, I find her a bit intimidating. Anyway, let's get going. Travel quest accepted. I mean, you'd get along great with her, dude, if you would stop calling her old lady. Whew, thank the God you're here. I was afraid I'd have to talk to her by myself. Oh well, here goes nothing. Laddie ho, old crone. Bloody hells, I see your manners haven't improved. Nope, wrong voice. Bloody hells, I see your manners haven't improved since the last time we met. Oh, whatever it is you came to say, spit it out. I've got guests arriving soon. And then he had jumped like this. You want to fit the tanks with Aether cannons? So do you have more than sawdust in the head of yours? So you do have more than sawdust in the head of yours. Sounds like a backhanded compliment to me, but I'll take it all the same. Though I must admit, I'm not used to working with Aether and whatnot. I don't suppose you know anything about it. As a matter of fact, I'm the one who designed the crystal cannons lining the walls of the Crystarium. Nah, you're pulling my leg. I've got a lot of strange coincidences lately, but that's not even remotely feasible. Wait, you're serious, aren't you? Of course I am. If you want me to share my secrets, you'd best make it worth my while. I know where this is leading. You're going to send us to the ends of the earth on some god's-forsaken errand. Just to test our resolve, aren't you? I mean, you do have Peter with you. No, you bloody idiot. That's not what I mean at all. Listen, I have some friends coming over for tea. I want the pair of you to join us. Tea? That's less perilous than I was expecting. But what does that have anything to do with anything? If you shut your pie hole, you might find out. My guests are twin sisters whose supply caravans run the length and breadth of Novrant. I reckon they'll have more than a passing interest in buying these tanks of yours. Buy? You mean to tell me we could make a profit off these tanks? I was planning to give them away for nothing. I might as well take the opportunity to line my pockets. Tell your friend's not much of a businessman, so you'd better do all the talking. I still have some things to prepare before my guests arrive, so give me a few moments, would you? Sure. Heard you like tanks. Now that everything's in order, we're ready to begin. Don't have to look so tense, dear. Mission, should you choose to accept it, is to engage Lothia's guests in polite conversation and extol the virtues of Runnet's master plan, choose the best responses, and generate interest in the rolling tankard. This coming together of great minds, plus Ronnet, will take several minutes. You may wish to cancel any pending duty funder registrations. Are your nerves suitably steeled? Indeed.
Time to negotiate.
I'm very good at negotiation. What charming people. Wait, there's only one charming person. Gotta go drink some grog. Oh yeah, baby. Fortunately, I have a master drinker with me. And
what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Lotharia tells us you're in the transportation business, much like Coblevia and I. Yes, we were rather hoping you'd help us with a little problem we've been having of late. Hordes of ravenous sin-eaters, terribly irritating, as I'm sure you can imagine. Is it true that you and yours are presently engaged in the construction of some sort of vehicle capable of warding off such assailants?
transports goods safely while paralleling all manner of threats.
That does sound rather impressive. This would be precisely what we need.
Now find it.
If any sin-eaters dare show up, the rolling tanker can deal with them before he gets anywhere near. It's when they get away with words. Keep this up and they'll be putty in our hands.
Yes, I have things to talk about as well.
She did have a British voice. I didn't see the ears when I zoomed in.
It does occur to me, however, that all of this seems awfully complicated, and those used to working with Amaro may struggle to operate these vehicles of yours.
What could possibly go wrong? Pull all the levers. See what happens. The controls are meant by all purpose-built automaton.
Wonders of modern technology never cease to amaze me. Machines driving machines, whatever comes next. Oh, how perverse. That is a surprisingly good idea.
With all it takes in giving instructions to the automaton, anyone could do it. It's quite the elegant solution, I must say. You just made that up, didn't you? Oh, well, we can work that out later. For now, carry on doing what you're doing. So, automated tanks couldn't possibly go wrong. What's the worst that could happen? Well, this is very intriguing, young Yarnet. I would feel much more comfortable doing business with you if I could see your face. If I may better read your intentions, though I do not doubt your sincerity, consider it a matter of courtesy. Eh? Take off my helmet? But... Dwarven law prohibits it. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's incredibly rude of me. Well, much for our embarrassment, I'm familiar with Dwarven customs. Oh, we are very kind to intervene and prevent any further impertinence on our part. Thanks, Peter. If you weren't there, I don't know what I would have done. Well, I think we covered most of the pertinent points. There is, however, one last thing we'd like to ask before we reach a decision. What do you think we sisters value most in all the world? Yes, your answer, please. Can I say money? Honesty. Oh, dear, that's not quite the answer we were looking for. Okay. I think honesty is the bare minimum we can expect from others, especially those who do business. Luckily, we have been able to ascertain that the course of this conversation, the two of you possess this in abundance. Whew. That was a bit of a struggle, but we got there in the end. Nicely done. Volia and Corbelia's warm response goes well for Roneth and his rolling tankards. It appears you've secured buyers for his tanks, provided they reach completion. Of course, seeing is believing. Once the tanks are finished, you should put a demonstration. We'll all be interested to see these ethereal cannons in action, and actually getting them up and running will be no easy task, I assure you. Luckily for you, I know just the man to point you in the right direction. I'll write you a letter of introduction requesting he help you in this little endeavor. Huzzah! All right. Taking care of business every day. Give this letter to Rosard in Ballux. He looks a bit imposing, but he's friendly enough. And again, if it is you doing the asking, I'm sure I'll be more than happy to help. One of these days, the people of Nevrant will be climbing all over each other for the chance to do me a favor. Just you wait and see. But until then, I've got work ahead of me. So let's get going. All right. Mm-hmm. Seriously. And there we go. Yeah, they did. So the Amaro launch. And I actually meant under the Amaro launch. It's okay, I still have a leg. Bruni, hello, welcome.
Hi, Bruni.
Wifey says hello as well.
Hey.
Greetings. Greetings. What can I do for you this fine morning? I have a letter of introduction. I need a big gun. And she was excited with that one. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
It's good to see you. And blow their bloody heads off. That's the plan, anyway. Oh. If it's aether-based firepower you're after, I have just a thing. Right behind me as it happens. This model was mass-produced and installed along the perimeter of the Crystarium, specifically to deal with sin-eater assaults. Those bastards soon gave up the ghost after a blast of concentrated aether to the face. I like the sound of that. Can't take credit for these crystal cannons, though. Authority is the one who originally designed them. I suppose you could call her my mentor. If she says I'm to assist you, then who am I to refuse? Now, Let me see about getting you copies of our cannon blueprints. A pleasant surprise, I take it. Huh, that's a Lotharii I know. Behind that sharp tongue and piercing gaze, she's one of the most caring people you'll ever meet. I expect she appreciates what you're doing, especially considering what happened in Holminster. Not to mention that we at the Crystarium owe much and more to you for restoring the night sky. It's not every day we get the chance to aid the Warrior of Darkness himself. At any rate, every sin-eater your tanks put down is one less for our soldiers to deal with. So sharing the plans for the crystal cannons is the least we can do. In the meantime, I'll look forward to hearing of your success. It won't be long before the tales of rolling tinkers are on the lips of everyone in Novrut. Many thanks, Wizard. Come on, Peter. We've got cannons to build. To the anvil. Sure.
So that are still the problem of things.
Yes. Yes, we've solved the problems, but not all of the problems. Meanwhile, Kitty says, I wish somebody loved me. As he darts around.
He goes into a different room and yells around.
Yes. He's like, Mommy, Daddy, come look. And we go in there and he's like, haha, fooled you. Zoom. And off he goes. The Forest of the Lost Shepherd. So yeah, we are going through the content, the patch content on Shadowbringers. I expect to be done with that about the middle of the month. We'll see. We'll see when I actually get done with it. Reading Reddit the other day in a post about Bubba's chicken and noticed a comment by one Brad Fraser. Indeed.
Ah, yes, Bobo's chicken. Oh my goodness.
It's so good.
You know, I don't think I've been able to eat it now.
Maybe not.
It's been a long time since we've had Bobo's chicken.
Yep, it is.
That is absolutely awesome.
Oh yeah. Soul food is awesome. I'm not going to be able to win this, but I will be able to get some crystals out of it, so it'll be worth it just this time. I do wish that it wouldn't automatically make me the tank in every battle. Mm-hmm. I just can't. Mm-hmm. I got some rewards. Okay. Any problems to buy stuff for breakfast? Be back on later. All right, cool. Thank you. Have a good one. All right. So back to Oh, we're closer to them than I thought. I swear everywhere you go, people treat you like you're some sort of hero. I suppose being a hero's most trusted friend is the next best thing, so I'll settle for that. Having said that, when it comes to building these tanks, you're still my assistant. And so it just so happens I've got some work for you. There's more to these cannons than just crystal, as you can probably guess. In fact, there are many different parts. Takes my head spin just thinking about it. I reckon there are a few things you could put together for me, though. Shouldn't be too hard for someone as skilled as you. As usual, you'll find everything you need at the Fetchomatic Mechatoad. And if not, well, you're a clever bloke. You'll come up with something. Doop. Request for materials acknowledged. The Fetchomatic Mechatoad. Alright, cannon supplies. Well, don't keep me in suspense. There you go.
Yeah, good story.
Yep, running pretty hard. Looks like that time's been around a master engineer like me is paying off. Once I built and fine-tuned the cannon, the prototype tank will be ready. After that, it's just a matter of producing more of the same as quickly as cheaply as possible. Not that we won't be cutting any corners. Not that I'll be cutting any corners, mind. Excellent. It's fine. It's a full-size tank, if you're long enough. For the final piece of the puzzle, the crystal cannon in place, the rolling tankard prototype is all but complete. Oh dear. That's a good job. However, the mark's only the beginning of Runet's plan. It'll take more than a single tank to ensure the safe transportation of goods to and from various locations across Navrant. Okay. Yep, I now respected at Watendal. We now have new daily quests and more wares. Purchase tools, gear, item. I think I have everything I need. Oh, my computer. Bugger me silly. When we came here, no one had the courtesy to tell us these gremlins would be even more of a pain in the arse than hobgoblins. Just imagining these bug eyes and... Cat? Imagining those bug eyes and mangy fur gets my blood boiling sometimes. Something fierce. As if their incessant chattering wasn't enough of a nuisance. The soldiers of the Hostile Imperative tell me they have a natural curiosity for machinery, a curiosity that ends with the machines in a pile of scrap more often than not. Needless to say, we can't suffer an infestation of those vermin. That's why, with the help of these aforementioned soldiers, I built these traps to keep them at bay. Go ahead and lay them around for me, would you? Sure. The wheel's axle takes the brunt of the wear and tear, and never has that been more true than with our tanks. We've been experimenting with a few different designs, but judging from the screeching we've been making, it seems that we're not up to the task. I reckon we use your help to craft a solution to this pressing matter, considering your knack for handiwork. Of course, reputation only counts for so much, so I'll trust you'll give the parts a thorough testing before we put them to use. Shigit's the one in charge of supplies, and simply him to fit you in what we need. Off you go now. Do you know what it's like to be too clever for your own good? Of course you do. Try as we might, we dwarves just can't stop birthing ideas. Our minds are like broken dams of creativity. The only problem is that we have so many ideas that we plumb right out of the materials to write them down with. We're quite peculiar about what we use to immortalize our designs. You can't expect us to be satisfied with any run-of-the-mill ink and parchment. If they're to be made with one of our talents, however, I'm sure someone would be more than happy. The quartermaster at Fort Job should have the supplies we need, but he's always going to go to and fro, gathering what needs gathering. It's really a matter of luck whether he's there now or not. Making these tanks is one thing, but getting folk to actually use them is another. Any merchant worth his salt will be wary of some unknown, untested artisan. So we've launched a campaign to spread the name of Watt Anvil far and wide. Only problem is I worried that our chosen promoter is not quite ready for the world beyond Tamra. His schedule would put him in Fort Job at the moment, and I'll appreciate it if you could lend him a bit of support. Do you know what the most important part of field testing cannons is? Having wagon loads of destructible targets. If you're not blowing things into tiny pieces, well, then it's not really test firing. We've been cobbling a few dummies together whenever we get a spare moment, but there never seemed to be enough. So here's my proposal. We'll pay you to provide us with a supplementary supply. Have a word with Sugar, and he'll load you up with whatever scrap materials you need. Our rolling tankards are meant to be protecting materials and merchants from stray eaters and their ilk. They can't be dainty little tin frogs now, can they? No, we'll need those tanks sturdy enough to shred up those monstrosities of maulings. That's why we've assigned a crew for developing new materials that can enhance our armor plating. If you're keen to add your talents to the mix, you'll find our chief surveyor and his team out searching for potential resources over in Radiska's realm.
All right, sure. But first, I need to talk to Shagil.
You here to make more targets? Well, think Watt's beard for that. I swear they're about to start in the ale casks. Take this lot. Should be enough to make 3 decent-sized wooden dummies, and run its automaton as more if you need it. As soon as you're ready, I want you to haul these targets over to the Bombardier at the stay. You have no idea how much I appreciate your cooperation. Come to help with my tests, have you? Very good. The results of these trials should prove paramount to the further development of our tanks. Of course, considering their size, it'd be folly to test the parts and tanks straight away. That's why we'll be using automaton for now. Much safer. A malfunctioning automaton never hurt anyone, as far as we know. Now then, take these and work your magic with 3 of them, the new load-bearing mechanisms. If you misplace or otherwise find yourself in need of more parts, you can always get more of an automaton. Once you're finished, give the parts to my workers in weathering, and you can commence with the testing. I await positive results, and failing that, enlightening ones.
Oh, did you find your reviews?
What?
Yeah. He smelled something on the floor and then looked up at me with his mouth open.
Oh, poor kitty.
Yeah. And he was shaking his head going, yeah.
Yep. Let's see. So test dummies and axle components. Aren't I though? Says Kitty. Thank you, love. I haven't made the axle components. What else is there? Test fire dummies, of course.
can hear your mouth.
He's so cute.
It is.
Hear it through my
yours.
speaker? Hear it through my speaker?
No, I can hear it through my headphones. You have your stream pulled up on my computer.
Oh, and you have it playing. Sorry, I thought you had it muted. Lally ho! You have that fresh supply of targets I ordered? Let's fire down there. Oh, I'll get this new firing range set up straight away. Keep 'em coming, lad. Analytical help. Zoom, says the kitty.
Yeah.
Oh, you brought what I asked for? Good, good. Now just stick 'em right there. There are the axle components you wanted. Ah, this way. Ah, this way. Was it this way? Sometimes starts with a jolt, and without making a sound, zooms off into the distance at a frightening speed. Would you look at that? Not a squeak. Something seems to be wrong with the speed limiting mechanism. That's hardly your fault of yours. Perhaps I could call in your expert counsel later to address a new issue. Now, where did it go? I best send someone to find it before it crashes into some poor unsuspecting soul. You go and tell Regent the parts you made are in perfect working order. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, 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 says the kitty. There you are, Dwarven Surveyor. Lally ho! You're that artisan Regis has been gabbing about, aren't you? Then get your tools and whatnot ready, 'cause you're right in time to lend a hand. See, I just had an epiphany about structural integrity. Craft me some cushioning using these materials, and we'll have ourselves a new component for absorbing impact on armor plate. Don't be afraid to ask for more resources when you need them. I don't bite. Otherwise, once you're satisfied, you can cart your creation straight back to Regent. We've got some more digging to do. Experimental plating component. The experimental plating component. And next, we'll head this way. Probably both be a 4 job, yep. Look at this, Peter. I managed to gather me a good-sized crowd. What do you need to grab folks' attention? A good old lally hop works just as well here as it does back home. Now that everyone's watching, though, I feel a bit silly dancing alone. It might help to hear a few words of encouragement. Time to psych him up. You go, Psycho. Aye, that gets the fire going. Right. Give me some room. That's great. This performance is courtesy of what? Anvil. We forge even better than we dance. Lollihop will be amazing. Ha-ha! Thanks, Peter. I think I'm over my stage fright now. You can let Regent know, while letting everyone here know that, you know, we exist in everything. I'm some traitor. This is everything I have available at the moment. It is unfortunately too dangerous to transport more valuable items across Lakeland. What with Nightshade harrying everyone from merchants to the Crystarium Guard. No card would be nice. So that map will probably speed up my travel, so I need to grab that. We don't have it yet, so we'll keep working. Repair my gear. So you're the one meant to help with the blueprints, eh? Good, good. I have a keen eye for materials, but when it comes to actually putting them together, I'm all thumbs. If the other dwarves don't get what they need, they will soon have a riot in our hands. Nothing worse than having an idea stewing in your head with no way to get it out into the world. I suppose we should start by having you make the most essential materials. Paper. 2 large sheets should do. More than enough space to fit in even the most labyrinthine of designs. Take these materials, and if you run out for any reason, the automaton will be happy to oblige you with more. Once you've done your part, make haste to the anvil and deliver these supplies to Regent. Doubtless there are many workers who are going positively nutty for the ideas trapped in their noggins. Sure. Okay, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why the focus synthesis was not working. But before I do that, and the lay traps in the forest of the lost shepherd. Wheels and gears, gears and wheels.
Look at that. Run, run.
I look forward to those creatures being the next beast tribe in the next game. Correcting.
Faster, you said. Faster.
All right, time to turn everything in. From the looks of things, it seems the traps were as effective as I was led to believe. That ought to keep those pests out of our beards for the time being. To think the sight of mere sweets would inspire such fear in the gremlins. If not the soldiers told me is true, however, it's not the sweets themselves that are dangerous is what they herald. Pixies. Legend has it if you spot candy in the wild, those winged hoodwinkers will be nearby. For all the gremlins' penchant for trickery, even they wouldn't dare get between a pixie and its confectionery. Whatever. Perhaps when it sets the traps ahead, I'll stay behind to see if the stories are true. Welcome back. I can tell by the grease in your hands that you've been hard at work. And judging by the smile on your face, I reckon the tests were a rousing success. For the good of the anvil, we must continue developing and testing ever more complex parts. Then one day, we'll have a fleet of tanks that are silent, not because they were broken down, but because they are so masterfully built. Of course, even the most well-designed machines still need regular maintenance, but building them properly in the first place is half the battle. I sense many more tests are in store for us both. Do you have the materials? I do hope so. I can feel my budding ideas withering away. There's the blueprint supplies. These will do nicely. Even the most ambitious design starts with a blueprint, and so the ink and parchment are tools equally as important as the hammer and anvil. I reckon this should keep us settled for a while yet. But as I said before, the flow of ideas is constant. I may have need for your services again sooner rather than later. Welcome back. How fares the campaign? You'll know. Got things done. The lollyhop. Oh, what a fantastic idea. Traditionally, we'd use it to warm up a cold morning, but it seems to be just as effective at warming up a crowd. Maybe I'll round up a few fellows and join in the next performance. A troupe of dancing dwarves ought to turn a few heads. Good work, Peter. Should tie this over a little while. At first, we were using automata as targets, but it was a bugger of a job putting them back together after a direct hit. And then we had Schgit screaming about the waste of perfectly good resources and such. No, to properly test cannon fire, you need a properly made dummy. And I reckon you're just the artisan to make them. Our master crafter returns. What have you got for me, then? I know, plating materials. Oh, bugger me, I never thought of trying something like that. I need to start testing right away. For the initial trial, we'll forge some plate armor using your new component, and then strap it to a nice big Gallagher lad. I'm hoping it withstands all the axe blows, because that's when it's time to bring out the muskets. Boom, boom, boom. What? You didn't think I was serious, did you? We don't test like that anymore, not since the accident. All right. All right, so I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we will continue with the story. Ah! All right. Continue, let us, or perhaps let us continue. The ocular. Time for some twinning. And then we'll have Crystarium Gatekeep. You have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the ocular.
Yes, indeed I do. Hey there, man. What's up?
Peter, you've returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on.
Well, you know, I have things to talk about.
The corporeal aether shows signs of instability. Oh, by the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope of my research yielding a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. It is but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while they wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told.
It's a problem. Crystal Cat Boy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the story of how they went to the past to try to retrieve me to save them is a pretty cool one. I approved. It's very nice.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed.
Let's do it.
I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
Oh, you know, we found this, that, and the other. Instability and whatnot.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
Okay.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed.
That doesn't sound very good.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you. and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Quiet.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Right.
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides.
Quite.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Nice hand waving.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
What?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
Right.
But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Right.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask, even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
Okay.
White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
Makes sense.
We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
That is the trick, yes.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Alright.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Good question.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me.
Yeah.
Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Nice.
They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Indeed. And I can grab a very fancy weapon out of this. that didn't go as planned. $5:30. I should have checked before I did that. Oh well.
The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I'll arrange for a boat to carry us there.
Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best if I devote mine energies to creation of white auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Nomu consent to lend us their aid, we will have a suitable vessel ere long.
Agreed. Then I should ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception.
Excellent. Checking to make sure there's nothing important I'm missing. That guy's so pretty.
As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot in the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars. I expect our reception today would be no different. It is why I propose we march to the main gate, weapons drawn.
I'm sorry, but are we not here to position for existence? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the XIV may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations, where I think I'd be most interested to meet those who would overcome my defenses.
As would any true seeker of knowledge, there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us. We know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves off from the world. If we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience.
Let's do this.
Yes.
Weapons drawn it is, then. I must say, XIV, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this.
Huh?
Well, kind of.
Do I? I will not deny that I enjoyed the thought of fighting alongside you all, rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower all day.
You both seem to be rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I am surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Pieta's around. And what exactly are you implying?
He had better the calamity the light would seem destined to consume him had been extinguished. It is only natural we're pleased to see him.
Yes, well, you have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we have finished here.
Of course, let us proceed to the palace.
Albeit. Yes. The Grand Cosmos is now accessible. So there's something in Amarang. Let's go take a look at it. Daddy long leg. 'Tis a blessing to see you so hale. Hope the desert creatures don't give you too much trouble on the way there. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to him. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Rin senses turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we may face. In any event, we are all in agreement that the phenomenon doth warrant investigation. Though the lack of precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Rin's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. Indeed. There's plenty of time for us to talk on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Ready for us to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again, too, maybe, they asked nicely. Though the light has been expunged from Norvrant, the ambient aether of the energy is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. 'Tis due to the imbalance of the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Rin's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree. Much longer than that, we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro would fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers in the mean. We found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. Awesomes. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'd have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we'd bring back from the empty. Even though I told him we were not hunting for treasure, I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mord Suk at some point. All right. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. Awesomes. Well then, shall we? Depart for the empty? Yes. With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look to the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes is a chilling sight, indeed. Approximately 9/10 of the world are this, a slate, all but wiped clean. Were it not for the worries of darkness in Nymphilia. Rin, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Oh yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Looking forward to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we're in good few moms ahead of us. And we are traveling at night, after all. I have to say, it was a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? The empty. No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light. To discover what set this terrible cataclysm into motion, every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point, or single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the Flood, the very foe that Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had, and won. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Rin, knowest thou of which I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the very laws of nature. From what was once shattered, may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Eden. I like the choice. Utopia and Fae. Most auspicious title. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. Even brought a couple of tents on the off chance, but pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? Sure. Yep. And that is the origin point of the light, the Flood. That creature is light. Where do I know this song? Final Fantasy VIII, thank you. You recognize it?
Final Fantasy VIII.
World Map song.
World Map. Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Let's CJ said. Be right back, Eichel.
I love.
It's a great song.
Yeah, because Final Fantasy VIII was the very first Final Fantasy game I played.
Mm-hmm. Wife was talking about how Final Fantasy VIII was the first Final Fantasy game she played, so it's a very special game to her. Never realized that putting tents up could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be coming back in the scouting area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Golgut and Mord Suk or Yalyot in Yilmore. Deploy the core. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kitty's like, love me, Mommy.
Yeah. And Mommy is loving you.
Love me more. This love is insufficient.
Well, then come get in my lap.
Ah, there he is. And now he's, I must get away.
But he loves it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's not but barren plains in every direction. Apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, but the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, and so I withdrew. We should act now before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what we actually did was stop the flow of aether. Of course, that meant that all plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the aether's still here. It's lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible, and how do you expect to control that kind of power? Rin's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now the flame of hope burns on. I, as Minfilia's successor, had standeth the reason that Rin doth possess the means to exert her own will over Eden. Such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Pieter?
Ooh.
I imagine it's easier said than done.
At least we have eaten our blood.
Right. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Very well, Rin. You've made up your mind. So how do we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. That giant Talos had a core, too, like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of aether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance? The theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the etheric flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. This cat. However, he must needs first have Rin study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we've reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Ariane? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. And I'm certain she'd be all too quick to chastise my methodology.
Aww, I think I know who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging about in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, no, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you'd best lead the way, Pieter. It's true he's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on him any more than we have to. Yes, but I haven't forgotten what happens when you absorb too much light. But as Alisay said, making promises you have no way to keep is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is, I can't. And there's no point pretending I can. And that is why I'm asking Pieter. Then perhaps I could. You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, but you have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Well, this is what I do best. Killing monsters. I won't let you down. And we will go through that entire cutscene again. Time for the twinning. Crystal Tower looks somewhat different this time around. A little bit. I recognize this song too. Sounds like something. Couldn't tell you what from. Eden stuff is all Final Fantasy VIII themed. Okay, cool. I don't think this is Eden, though. This is Twinning. This is the Crystal Tower. Well, if Eden is Final Fantasy VIII based, so it's just from this expansion. But there's something it's referencing.
There's something familiar.
Right. It may not be like. It may not even be Final Fantasy. It's very familiar. The famous meme that uses this song. Of course, I haven't watched any of the Final Fantasy XIV memes at all. Memes.
Oh.
I only know of Lahi. That's it. And that's because someone shared that with me. Share that with me as I was playing. Yeah, this is very familiar. Maybe it's inspired by something. It does. I'm thinking of something older than that, though. You got a happy cat in your lap, waifu? And he got it. Yeah, cats usually have like an upper limit to the amount of attention they can handle. Not Smokey. Smokey wants all of it. Pretty much. You can walk up to Smokey as he's sleeping and wake him up, and he will be happy. Yeah, very familiar song. Good team. That is sufficient love for now. When I'm done getting my water, I will want more. I've heard that somewhere. Could even be some Final Fantasy 14 itself from another area. Wife is desperately trying to look up. What is the song? Appreciate it. What's up next? Hey, look, it's Alexander. So you were playing, so.
Okay, so
It could be. Could be promo music. But this is definitely the Alexander thing. Haiku. Got him. Kablooey. Hey, got a commendation. Excellent work. Not only did you reveal the cause of the ethereal fluctuations, you were able to remove the threat entirely. Thanks to you, the researchers have already completed their preliminary observations. Their findings are somewhat surprising. The Crystal Tower appears not to have been created by the Ronkins or any other known civilization. Its origins are veiled in mystery, much like the Exarch and yourself. Forgive me, it's not the time for idle speculation. We have, however, recovered an artifact, though its purpose is unclear. It may even be purely decorative. Sure thing. I love how the cloak I've got on is dirty. Have you ever encountered anything like this? I have. Omega. It's going to carry out our plan. This will be my last recording. With the tower activated and temporal displacement apparatus online, all that remains is to throw the switch and pray. I'm sorry, I truly am. I wish there was another way. But you're our best chance of success, our only hope. Your gift will allow you to become one with the tower and survive the journey through time and space. Where our technology was advanced as that of the Alligans, perhaps we could have gone with you. Alas, that was not to be. And when you are finally reunited, all the hardship, all the sacrifice will have been worth it, I'm sure. Just promise me you'll spare a thought for those you leave behind, and we'll be thinking of you too for as long as the world lasts, though I fear it will not be for much longer. This is Biggs, third of his name, 18th President of Garland Ironworks, signing off. May the 12 be at your side, Gratia. A person's voice? Coming from a machine. To be honest, I cannot make head or tail of it. Do you have any idea what that was about? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Yes, I can tell that you know more than you're letting on. Very well. I will not begrudge you your secrets. Although one thing was clear, even to me. The people who left the message were facing a great catastrophe. They placed their faith in the Crystal Tower in much the same way we have ever done since the Flood of Light. Our prayers for salvation were answered when you and the Exarch returned to us. And they turned the night to us and freed us from the terror of the Sin Eaters. I sense that was all made possible by these people from a long time forgotten. We should do our utmost to learn from them. At least learn more of them. Perhaps the researchers.
Ah, yeah, when you scratch your head, a thumping sound appears.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how it was appearing.
Ah, all right. Perhaps the researchers will uncover more of these messages. In any case, you have performed admirably in service of the Crystarium. We may have need of your strength and guidance in days to come. Until then, fare you well. Kamehameha. Oh, I'll see here. So pretty. Oh, the Sky Slipper. Journey to the Empty. And we'll continue our conversation with Rin, but we got interrupted so rudely. All of this already. Currently clearing out all of the uncrafted orchestration roles in my inventory. Good move. 2 left to craft. And of course, I've been selling them all to restore Doma, so I'm doing it wrong. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Well, Rin, you've made up your mind, so how do we go about this? Like they're hard to get? Right. I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. Giant Tower core 2, like a beating heart, control the flow of ether. Ethan's core is the same. It could be used to restore the etheric balance. The theory certainly is sound. By employing Ethernet bit shards as beacons, perhaps we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure a means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council is kindly furnished with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must first have Rin study the entity's interior and chart it as a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you can directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Arianger? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted me with a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. Well, I'm certain he should be able to quickly chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be all too happy without us rummaging around its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you'd best lead the way, Peter. It's true he's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on him any more than we have to. I've already done all this. Yes, I haven't forgotten we observed too much light, but as Elsa said, make good promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. I don't want to put out words myself. The simple fact is I can't. There's no point pretending I can, which is why I'm asking Peter. Perhaps I could. You already have a job to do, remember? Only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, we have to keep an eye out for Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? This is what I do best. I won't let you down. Although we will remain here, Rin and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades of the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those thou art accustomed. That's fine. Quest accepted. Finally. Eden's Gate Resurrection, now accessible. So now we have 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. I suppose I'll just wander the countryside looking for trouble. I really don't have enough time for Odd Couple. Oh, look, it's Twitch. I just passed it on the map.
Oh.
I could tell you were like, what are you even talking about? All right, I'm going to use the restroom. Be right back. So this average wait time seems not small. We'll just take you to the Crystarium, whatever you need. We'll be heading back now. Yep.
That was the wrong voice, but that's fine.
Because wait times are rough. You're not kidding. Meow. 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 Yeah, we're already working on that one. Nothing interesting here. I'm just going to go ahead and red mage this bad boy. Just kidding. Monk. That's what I want. Kitty, you tickle me whenever you sniff my leg. It's like, yes, I know. It gets your attention. All part of my master plan, says Kitty. I'm going to stop by Lahi Land, see if there's anything interesting there. Okay, what else is there? El Meg. Check out El Meg. time for Eden's Gate Resurrection.
Let's go, baby.
Get on my lap if you want up here. Cat's like, well, I'm not interested if you want it. Hey, kitty.
So you have to stop asking him, and then he'll suddenly jump up there.
Mm-hmm. Goofensy. Go ahead and settle on down. I just don't need you trying to rub your butt on me. He's like, but you make such good toilet paper. Yeah, I know what you think of me. There we go. Oh, yes. Vibrate my leg with your purrs. That's perfect. Well, that was really obnoxious that one guy didn't accept, and so now I don't get to do this. Okay, I do see something over this way. Hey! Light party. So, main plot advance. I know, interesting, isn't it, kitty? What an ood fellow. The Grand Cosmos. Yes, quite. I hate it when I forget that I'm the one in charge of getting everyone there faster, and I forget all about it. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm the one with Peloton. Okay. Hey everybody. Everybody next time. What you giggling about over there, woman?
called the Best Gown Ever.
Nice. Everyone loves the best gown ever.
But it's a little unfair that a lot of them are crowns and stuff. Because you can't wear those as the Riviera.
Alright. Insist on making a mess of my palace? Then you leave me no choice. Future of solitude. And my lovelies are silk once the gleaming. It sounds like Notoria. It's supposed to be a no-murray, but a lot of you are spared just this once. Now leave me be. How foolish. Battle port, see?
There's a happy cat in my lap. So my phone made a sound. I think it's just telling me about Walmart stuff. In sick to the sanctity of your garden, they must be dealt with. Well, that seems to be her best side.
try to more heed my call. The Muffbert, and by King's Regiment, see them fall. Quite a fat horse. You cannot be dissuaded. You've studied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas. Our guests yet want for company. Insatiable flame, Lucas.
I wonder if he wants to be friends. Things and pass the Gilded School. Good to know. Okay.
Oh, my computer turned off again. That's nice of it. That was painful. It might take him out. Oh, he's almost done. Got him. Look.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
There we go.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Refuse all you want. We will not lay down and accept defeat.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
That's what you should.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. Now let's have gone on ahead to Crystal Tower with Beklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to such words when treating with them. I've ever sought to convince, not to compel. Yet I cannot deny that part of me is glad Orianger shared his knowledge of the new moor with us. Had he not, Becklil would not be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now enter the Grand Cosmos with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface, look at under duty of the main menu. We mustn't dally here any longer, Peter. If Beklug is to hear the truth of our travels on the first, you of all people should be present. Look gear. What I need is repair work done. It has a substantial contribution to the safety of Lakeland, Pelusia, Armorang, Ilmeg, and north to your Greatwood. The Tempest, you'll be able to trade with this vendor. Not done enough with him just yet. You have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Yeah, let's do that.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
So, you were going to comment on Crystal XIV coming from another world yet? Or is that going to be later? Because he should look different as well.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
What is Kit Kat? Yeah, he's correct.
You have spun quite the tale. But tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world?
Oh, yes.
White Arasite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They've become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there's no telling what might happen to their souls within the Arasite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies.
Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference?
In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim.
Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would render our souls dormant entail?
In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw aether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which would be rectified upon your return home.
Leaving lifeless husks, like poor souls in the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by sin eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light.
Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals?
Why, do you think you might be able to help them?
I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand.
And I'd be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering.
It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion.
Well, I see no reason for us to all accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Oyanja in creating the requisite at our site.
I believe my talents would be best applied to this endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beck-Luke if necessary?
Sure. Let us make for the wrong, then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh. Spell speed does nothing. That was not a happy sound.
So this is Halric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light, toward stasis.
What do you suppose will happen to him?
Not too bright, are you, my boy? The same as other poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater.
You don't know that. We defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now...
Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, is there a treatment? There is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients.
What sort of treatment?
In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the aether of one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Obert, then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it could offer some measure of relief.
Aye. Here's a soul tonic. Tad stares blankly. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? Yeah, I feel warm. And my legs, they don't feel as heavy.
Now then, have you noticed any change in the patients?
I did notice a rise in body temperature, increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely affected show no response.
Youth. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium, given time. But this holds true only for the corrupted aether. Their incorporeal aether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended.
Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by our tonic.
Precisely. This boy's soul is far too gone. His mind helps together by the faintest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, and decades even.
By the gods, he could wake up and find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence. The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it would be possible we could find a way to hasten their recovery?
Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament.
Did they just say what they think they said? Might there really be a way to help Halric and the others, and help ourselves in the process?
I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the royal court of Obert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, the knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame.
And now you have a chance to redeem yourself.
That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal aether.
Do you think it can be done?
Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They're able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we would ultimately employ.
If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it.
Yeah, me too. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern, brimming with pixie magic.
If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, then fine. Off you know. The water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we will have to do to get the lantern. Oh, you don't mean? The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there.
I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. While you're about it, seek out the Nomo of Plan Annie. They'll be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs.
Right, let's get this over with then, shall we?
There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it?
Sure.
Clay for Mama Rang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us?
That's the miners of Twine.
Ah, yes. They'll be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I'll see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here.
Sometimes I wish we would never gotten that trolley running again. Now Jarek wants more of the bloody things and refuses to shut up about it.
Theater. Well, what a coincidence.
You've come at a good time. We're just the moment to finish repairing the talus and trolley you lot took to Dabath Arang.
The trolley was no trouble, but the talus would have been another matter. Had we not had a visit from Master Chai, he offered us to share the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks
as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chinese. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the great talus to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see the good all could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai is just being polite. And something tells Pietra here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you did, my friend?
He has lots I need help with, but especially this.
I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarug. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that isn't exactly a commodity nowadays. But there must be some lurking here, somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there's the time that it used to take clay from Mount Brea mines to make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than look there.
All right. called bicolor gems.
Fatty Longhead.
Yes. Yes, I was laughing about that the last time I did that fight. Found some pristine clay. And some more pristine clay. And some more. Unfortunately, now have to deal with these wandering coyotes. And deliver pristine clay to them.
The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was so convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament. But no. You have the clay, I take it.
Here you go, pristine clay, just as asked for.
Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water and then heat the mixture with a fey lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklook, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. How can the others have suffered so much? And I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so, then. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically affect the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I.
I dare say there are few in all of Norvrot who are more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Pieter? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric, and for Tesleen.
Then we are of one mind on this matter. Alice shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
My back just sore.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
Hopefully this can get done in time.
There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name.
Wilbur?
All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Angelo. Indeed. Hey, Empty, welcome. I would have picked Wilbur myself, but, Yep, we are at Post Shadowbringers.
Mother,
And being able to cry is a good first step, right? I unfortunately had the duty I was desperately trying to do go off at the beginning of that cutscene. There was no chance for me to actually get to do it.
The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might think she drew strength from another.
How was he, Becklup? Did it work?
I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul.
God, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. Becklug, yep. We're so close now, Havrick.
As you are now even in the process of discovering, you have to leave because you are not ready for this mission yet. Finish your task first.
Alright, fine.
Eden's Gate. Resurrection.
Be careful, huge amounts of aether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? This definitely has Final Fantasy VIII sound to it. Yes, you do. Yeah, I made a comment about that a minute ago. Yeah. I know, in many ways, Final Fantasy VIII is your Final Fantasy. Or your first fantasy? I don't know how that works. Anyway, when you think Final Fantasy, that's the one you think of. Whereas for me, the thing that holds that role in my head is Final Fantasy VII. So into paradise. You know, that does vaguely resemble one of the gardens, doesn't it? What? This looks like a Final Fantasy VII style. Eden Prime. Eden Prime is massive. Wow. It's easier than I thought it was going to be. Famous last words, right? Oh, I should have thanked the healer. Oh well. Are those not wearable? Two pairs can be traded for special gear. Gotcha. Seems that Thanker's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Aethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Once Ryanje has activated the device, it's my turn. love you too, cat. Meow, says the kitty. Meow, 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 meow. The time hath come, Rin. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is that supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Brian J. I'm unharmed. What of Rin? No. You listen to me. Rin, be careful. Send your stampede. Oh, we're gonna have a Balaam Garden situation. That does resemble a garden. Deploy the core. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Are you sure? Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art. Rin? Rin, what is going on? Above us. Something's coming this way. An enemy. But how dost thou... Oh, could it be a Sinita? I can't see them clearly. No, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside, too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, huh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Peter can welcome our airborne adversary. Sure. Rin, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the Aether Currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. All right, everybody, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting Aether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. You got it. I love how beat up and dirty this outfit looks. It's kind of amazing. Eden's Gate Descent now available. Excellent. Okay.
How is he, Belloc? Did it work?
I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color returned to his soul.
Gods, I would jump for joy if I were not so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric.
As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation.
Thus enabling ourselves transport back to the source via our site. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Luke said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back at the source? Not really. It's the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such a treatment.
Oh yes, Gabu. I remember him.
Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Alric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth aspect of aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right?
Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak?
Oh, this is a kid from back where I came from.
I see. His condition does sound similar. Yet, as there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me, I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is the delicate work that we do here. Work requiring patience.
Of course, and as long as there's hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angela and continue with that treatment. The two of you should return to the Castarium with Beck-Lig and see if you can make some headway into the newly posited theories.
I would tell you to rest first, but I see you are not convinced. The fire of youth.
Let us return to the Castarium, then. Finally, I found you. Kai, sure. What are you doing all the way out here?
There's trouble back in Yulbor. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go find you.
Sighing and pacing, you say? That must be urgent.
I take it I'll be returning to the Crystarium alone. Oh, go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do.
Thank you, Beck-Lig. Sorry for bothering you.
Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulbor is at stake. All right. Let's head that way.
Whatever they be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon me, lass?
Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh?
All right. Off we go. I'm going to mend while I have a second.
Oh, not here seems to be out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere.
Probably pacing right outside again, staring off in the distance and all that. Sighing.
Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Oh, I received a message. Okay, just a moment. My phone keeps going off. Oh. Our salmon is outside. I'll look at it later. While I'm up, I'm going to go turn on the coffee. I'll be right back. Bangle of early antiquity. I don't know what I'm doing at all. I don't know where to turn in that Bangle of early antiquity. I know they told me, but I've just straight up forgotten. I'm gonna start thinking about lunch soon. Lunch soon? Okay.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
What's the problem?
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
Right.
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
Mm-hmm.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
Okay.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Looks good to me.
Got it?
Yep.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Running away does seem to be within the realm of possible things he could have done.
No.
Sorry, I don't think he fled.
Nay, my friend. The one thing he has not done is flee. Of that I am convinced. Through the most testing of times, he has ever remained at Lady Chai's side, placing her happiness before his own. He would not abandon her now. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
That we can do. Don't think he abandoned her. I think he abandoned the job.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
We do need to find out what happened to him, though. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word. But even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here must have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire to what anyone else saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I'll meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. All right. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke of him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, and concerned about Yulmore's neglected industry, you see. With Lord Balthray's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it was little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all that it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore. Which seemed to satisfy him, so he took his leave shortly after. If no one has touched you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore. Huh. Overwrought Undo. He's overjoyed this evening.
Oh, land dweller, you're one of the ancients' messengers, yes? How fortunate I have found you. We need your help. Ever since the abyss was lit with the city's lanterns, a great beast, the likes of which you've never seen, has begun hunting near the cups. It thrashes and gnashes with its cavernous maw, leaving nothing but tattered flesh in its wake. The eldest wrath fear it is an omen, a harbinger of our people's destruction. Have we angered the ancients? We cannot know. We dare not enter their sacred abode without first receiving their blessings. This is why I've come to this town of land dwellers, to seek out those who'd helped us before. And here you are. Please, enter the ancient city once more. Speak with them, learn what we have done to earn their ire.
This creature of unknown origins has threatened the life of the Ondo people. Perhaps the clerk in Amor's Bureau of Administrator can shed some light on this mystery beast. So apparently people had trouble figuring out that puzzle, because it's like, go here. Aye. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come to right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down at the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There's plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge. That's barely enough to fill our bellies, but folk here don't want to just survive. They want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself, something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed to Gatestown when I last saw him. Seems to have to touch you about the poor living conditions they call us downtrodden. Hey! After this, I'll probably need to stop for lunch. The Void Walker. Antithesis Manifest. That's weird looking. This time I got none of the above. Pietro, thank goodness you're unharmed. Came as soon as we took care of the unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch, and unlike anything we've seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you and what do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her aether. She doesn't seem too pleased with Ren taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. Renoa? 'Tis plain she's not a sin-eater, not even in part what Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her till she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely to reach the core was her aim at the outset. So I'll take her to the camp. Now things have settled down, I should go back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. A bit. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I got a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou hast witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which void sense may enter. But pray tell, Rin, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all from that girl or her servants. I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emic Selch. Though it is unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiac. Maybe we'll be able to find maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was at the beginning. And that's not all. I made an exciting discovery. It's materia. Ren's newly formed bond with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery. Well, go on, tell us. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wherever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works, and therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes. It appears the balance of all of the aether and the empty, shifting it so far toward the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of aether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Rin, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. Pretty close. My friends, I believe I've struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Ranger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long short story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the aether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies will be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select the location in which the ambient aether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormitory state, or dormant, I should say, certain elements, will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the aether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne in arterial currents to the furthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent any element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is how. Pieter, indulge me for a moment, if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Moguls? Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invited we must. As the aether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning, as Master Louisoix once did in the fields of Cotonou. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the aether into a deiformed entity, which must subsequently be dispersed into traditional fashion. So, defeated, in other words, is that even possible? What are you guys looking at me for? I break my fast on primals. I eat primals for breakfast. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Pieter. Yeah, I get this. As do I, although I might help if you had some idea of what you'll be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvont, was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of life reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water, yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summon. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to import. In the event that she has become agitated, thou mayst have need to restrain her. Someone's going to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Be a bad thing, right?
Sure, why not? Whew. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Orion J's madcap schemes. Now, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck.
You suggested noodles, and it continued on as if you didn't say anything.
That's correct.
Wrong answer.
It's like, lol, no. Alright, well, I'm about to have food arrive, so I'm going to go ahead and stop here. We'll pick this up tomorrow morning. I am starting my my summer schedule. So I'll be streaming from 7:30 until 4 with a half hour off for lunch, pretty much every day, every weekday moving forward. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.